I'd like to call to order the June 14th special meeting, June 21st special meeting of the Everett Public School Board of Directors to order. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll?
President Hussein.
Present.
Vice President Mitchell.
Present.
Director Nichols. Director Mason.
Present.
We have received phone call from Director Nichols. He is running late by 10 minutes. We shall now recess this meeting for 10 minutes until Director Nichols arrives. Thank you.
I have filled Andrew in on everything you told me.
Thank you. This meeting is called back to order. It's important for the board to continue its work that it's been charged to do and is expected by our constituents. It's important that we not take this lightly. So that is one of the reasons why it's very important to have all board members present. And so we recessed for 10 minutes. We'll now move to section 3.0. And that is adoption of the agenda. Dr. Salzman, would you please introduce this afternoon's meeting?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Board directors to the public this afternoon. This agenda contains a segment for the board to interview the applicants for the position of School Board Director, Position 2. After the interviews, the board will meet in executive session to discuss the qualifications of the applicants. Following the executive session, the board will appoint a successor to fill the vacancy for Position 2.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salzman. If all directors are in agreement, we can say that the agenda has been approved by general consent. Thank you very much. We'll now move to section 4.0, which is our candidate finalists. At this time, we'd like to call our first candidate for interviews, Michelle Nems. Yes.
Fortunately, it's the only microphone we have.
Please step up to the podium when you are situated. I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint you see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Part 2 will be any questions that you may have for the board. We've allotted 10 minutes for this section, and you can take all of it or none of it. It's up to you.
Thank you.
We will begin with question number 1. I will read that question to you, and the next question will be read by the following directors. So if you would like to ask for clarifying questions, speak with that particular director who asked that question. Okay.
And can I ask a point of clarity? Are we keeping time somewhere?
Yes.
It's going to be up on that screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Explain, excuse me, before we get started, that's a very good question. Are we going to see the red lights or just on the screen?
The red lights are a little bit.
Okay, so we can see it over here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
We'll get this all ironed out.
Please explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strength, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So my experiences go back a number of years. My oldest daughter has graduated from the University of Washington. She graduated from Jackson High School here in Everett Public Schools. And I started working with schools in her kindergarten year, got involved in PTA. I was afraid to let my baby go. And I thought the best way to help her was to learn who she was around all day long. And so I got in early in her education, started working with the schools, got to know teachers, administrators, fellow parents, and started networking at that point in time. A year later, we heard that Forest View Elementary was going to be built, and I knew that we were going to be zoned into this brand new school. So I thought, I need to learn more, because we've got a new school to start. We've got a new PTA to build. We've got to, build some cohesion at a brand new school with feeder students coming from multiple schools. And so I kind of went all in, and I learned what I could learn about education. I learned about PTA. I got to know Brenda Fugelvand, who was going to be the principal there, and started working with her early on to build a sense of community, and have just continued doing that over those last, however many years, 18 years that we've been doing this now. I've served on a lot of different committees at local level. I've done a lot at Forest View, got involved at Gateway, got involved at Henry M. Jackson, at council, done a lot of PTA levels up to the state level. Got involved here at the district, served on a few advisory committees over the years. So I got to know even more people here, served on the Citizens for Everett Public Schools. And so I've just tried to piece together everything that I know to serve the students. That's always been my ultimate goal, is not just to serve my own 2 children, but all the kids here in Everett. So if I'm at a school building, I want to make sure that all of the kids there have the things they need to succeed. I've served on boards at the foundation, and I think that some of my greatest strengths, I'm very organized, I'm very efficient, I can get a lot done, and I'm very passionate. And so I think that comes through when I'm working with fellow leaders on a board, that I want to make sure that we adhere to the mission, whatever purpose we have, that it's focused on that, and to collaborate, to work together, and to basically just stay focused on the kids. Most of my work has been centered on children.
Thank you very much. Director Mitchell will ask the next question.
Well, and you sort of did answer this in your previous question, so this could be rather easy. So what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you? Is there something specific in your years of all the service you've done that has really been a focus?
I think actually what I've learned over my years of service, there are a few areas that have a great deal of meaning to me. One is our students with disabilities and special education. As a matter of fact, I had the great time this morning. My best friend's daughter is the life skills teacher at Forest View, and it was field day today, and she asked for some extra hands to help with field day, and so I got to go and help her kids enjoy that day. So I tend to look at them first instead of last. I don't want them to be an afterthought. Our students with disabilities, those receiving extra services, should be a focus. So that's one of the things that are of special interest to me. Equity, all kids are different, and I want to make sure every child has what they need. Some need extra support academically. Some might need extra support for things like food, clothing. Some might need extra support for social, emotional learning and mental health. I just think it's really important that we provide for each child, and they're not widgets coming out of a factory. They're all different. And those would be my special interests, I would think.
Yeah. Andrew.
Thanks for being here. So what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
This is a really tough question to answer in 3 minutes. I think there are a lot of challenges facing all of those groups, and some of them maybe overlap. I think mental health is one of the big challenges, and in mental health, I'm going to wrap in social media and online presence, because I think that has a lot of impact on students, educators, and the district. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, especially coming out of a pandemic. The kids need a little extra support in that arena. They were just, in all of the in-person things I've been able to do this year, they're so glad to have normal experiences, to be in person, to be able to celebrate, to bask in the success and the hard work. They want the recognition that this has been traumatic and this has been hard. And when I was giving out scholarships at Everett High, I mentioned to the kids that were in the room, you know, achieving a high school diploma is an accomplishment in the best of times. Achieving a high school diploma when 2 to 2.5 years of your high school career have been remote and or pandemic related is even bigger. And so I think that's a big part of it. And how do we come out of it? And how do we learn from COVID and not just assume we're going to go back and did what we did before? Because I think there were some things we learned through COVID. There might be better and different ways to do things. So going back just because we can isn't necessarily the right thing. What did we learn from that? Our educators had to become innovative and creative, and they worked amazingly hard. I mean, every teacher and administrator that I know, they worked hard. And I think they had to learn new ways to do things, and they had to pivot. And I hope they feel recognized for that, and what they learned, and how do we apply it to keep moving the needle as we go forward.
Director Mason.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Nims. Thank you for being here. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you? Which you sort of addressed in question 2 a little bit.
We do have a wonderfully diverse district, and I think that's one of the best things about our district is the differences in what we can learn from each other as families, as educators, as students. I just think that's an amazing thing that we have. And how do we hear from them and communicate with our diverse populations? I think being a PTA person and my strong belief in family and community engagement, I think that's where it stands. I think you have to be intentional, and I think you have to be genuine, and I think you have to be, you have to do it in a way that's meaningful and not just tokenism. And I think you have to do it in small groups. While I know we've done things in the past where there are these big, like online thought bubble things that you can participate in as parents, I don't know that people feel like anything's going to come of that. And I think one-on-one small group opportunities, whether that's coffee with school board directors, coffees with the administrators of our buildings, coffees with Ian, opportunities for that like personal connections, I think we have to work on that. As great as the surveys can be, I know I've filled out many a survey over my children's careers in Everett Public Schools, and I don't know that I felt like it ever went anywhere. It often felt like it was a question being asked because the question had to be asked. And I think when you can talk one-on-one with people and you can see how they react and give the back and forth, that's maybe a more meaningful way to engage our families.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next question, and you relax. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you being here, and we're all excited for this opportunity to delve into and learn a lot more from each candidate. So relax. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
Okay, very timely question. My first instinct would be that I don't think removing books from schools is the right path. I think that our children deserve to have a wide variety of books at their, available to them. Just like my child, when she goes to the library to pick out a book, she might pick a fantasy or a science fiction book. She might not like, a documentary or a biography. I think we need to have books that represent all of our students. And unless there was, I would be hard pressed to think of a reason that I would not want a book to be in the school library if it was there to begin with. If it's an inappropriate level, if we're at an elementary library and we're talking about a high school level content or college level content, that might be a reason that I could support. But I think all subjects and all perspectives, all cultures, I really think kids need to be able to see themselves in books, whatever that means, if it's what their family looks like at home, if it's what they look like as an individual. I think those are books that our children need to have access to. And so I would probably have a conversation with that parent, try and find out why they find the book offensive, and just suggest that perhaps their child choose different books and have it available to the students that want and need that book in the library.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a really hard question, so appreciate that. This one is a little bit easier potentially. Evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Well, recently I've had far more experience in evaluating personnel. When I was the president of Washington State PTA for 2 years, part of my charge was to evaluate, to lead the process, it wasn't me alone, lead the process of the board of directors evaluating our executive director. And I had participated as a board member for 3 years prior to that. I'm also right now president of the Everett Public Schools Foundation, and we have a process in place to evaluate that executive director as well. And my beliefs would be you need to have an accurate and fair evaluation process. I think it actually goes to the process and the questions that you ask and what you evaluate on. Are those things that are in that person's job description? Is it their responsibility? Do the people doing the evaluation have the data and the interaction to fairly answer the questions that you're asking? Do they have the knowledge they need to evaluate the superintendent on the various questions? Sometimes board members are asked to evaluate an executive director, for example, and they might not have enough interaction one-on-one to feel like they have the knowledge to answer those questions. So I think you have to make sure that the full board is involved enough throughout the year to have the experience and the personal knowledge to answer those questions and to have a fair and relevant evaluation process and form.
We're all taking notes, so there will be a delay sometimes.
That's
And
quite all
looking
right.
down.
So one of the responsibilities of being a board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
As an individual, I think I reach out to my people when I'm faced with a decision. That could be my husband, my family, my children, my best friends. I learn about whatever I'm making the decision on. I feel like I have to do my due diligence, so to speak, and make sure that I understand the question that I need to decide on. When I'm a member of a team, I go through a similar process. Again, I want to learn everything I can so that I'm educated about what I'm making a decision on, talk with the people that I'm involved with on that board, or team to talk it out. There are times that I might think that I'm going down a certain path on a decision, and hearing other perspectives might change what I think the right direction would be. So I think you have to go into it with an open mind and hear all the perspectives. And then whenever you're making a decision, you have to focus on who you're trying to serve by that decision. So if it's about my kids, I need to make sure that I'm focusing on my kids in that decision. If it's a member of a board, then I need to make sure that I'm serving whoever that board is serving, and focus on that. So, for the school board, you're here to serve the students in Everett Public School, the staff, the community, but you want to make sure that you're focusing on whoever you're there to serve, and make sure that you take all perspectives in, be open-minded in the process, be willing to change your original opinion when needed, and then as a member of a team, support the decision that the team makes, because you're not always going to be on the voting side of the majority, but ultimately a team plays together and you decide together and then you proceed forward together.
Thank you. Okay, regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes, I have a very flexible schedule. As my husband likes to say, I'm a professional volunteer, a full-time volunteer. And so I am available during the day. The things that are scheduled in advance are far easier. I do like to help in a lot of ways, try to donate blood and go to the, help at the food bank. And I still do PTA things and the foundation. My kids are out of school now, so that's lightened my load. I'm no longer the choir mom. I'm no longer at Jackson High PTA. So I have time to do this and dedicate. And I will say, when I take on a role, I jump all in. I dedicate the time to it. I make the time, I make it a priority. This would be very important in my world. This is not a role to take lightly. You're making important decisions and you're there to advocate for the children here in Everett Public Schools. So it would obviously be something, but yes, I'm available during the day and I'm often able to move things around when special meetings would come up, for example. So yes.
Next question. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why and why or why not.
I am a big believer in board development. I think that it's incredibly important for a board to function properly together. You need to build cohesion and trust. You need to make sure it's a safe space to have difficult conversations and to be honest in your opinions. I have, as you can tell in my PTA world, I go all in. So I have attended the Washington State PTA convention since my daughter was in kindergarten through this past year, and I continue to go. And I learned something. I go and I teach classes now, and I still learn something every time I'm there. So I find training and board development incredibly important. And would commit to doing so in this role as well. I really think that boards working well together it's more important than I can say. That first board for PTA at Forest View, we were just parents that came from different schools and we didn't know each other. And over those next 2 or 3 years, we developed something special. I look back now and those are some of the closest people in my world. Those are I can't pick up my kid. Would you pick her up? Would you be my child's emergency contact? We've just developed lifelong friendships and relationships. a friend from back then tragically lost her son a year ago in a car accident on Bothell Everett Highway. And who was there to help? It was those old PTA people. We were there to help, you know, put together a scholarship and help with the memorial and put up the road sign on Bothell Everett Highway. And those are the kind of relationships I tend to build when I'm on a board, because I know that it matters that you have that sense of trust. And I no longer take that for granted, that's the exception versus the rule sometimes on boards. But it really does matter. And I think learning from not only your board, but going to these trainings and hearing about what's happening in other parts of our state or in other states in the nation, you can harvest good ideas and suggestions. You can learn and you can share your perspective and help the wider group.
Thank you very much.
So the thing said 10, but we have 11 on our sheet.
One more 10.
Okay.
Number 11 is part 2, isn't it?
Oh, 11 part 2. Okay, so
Yeah.
you'll do 11, not Andrew.
We'll announce 11.
Okay. Sorry, just confusion of pre-planning. So the board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget to align the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
I will say that I probably don't have experience with a budget as large as Everett Public Schools.
Fair.
But obviously, having been the president of both the Everett Public Schools Foundation and Washington State PTA, I have been involved in the budgeting process for both of those. Washington State PTA and the foundation are both $1 million plus annual budgets. And so I'm quite comfortable with budgets, and I'm quite comfortable. I'm the PTA treasurer back at Forest View that would find that missing penny. Like I'm, detail oriented. And I want to make sure that I understand. I think that's part of a school board director's role, is to understand that piece of it. I will say education finance is one of the most confusing things that there is. I know a lot, but I don't know it all. And I don't know if anybody really knows it all. It's that complicated. But that would be something that would be, I like answers. I liked algebra in high school because there was always an answer. I didn't like geometry in high school because I didn't like answers that were like less than 7, but greater than -3. That doesn't, so budgets are very exact and they balance. And I think a budget should be a representation of what the group, what they want to focus on, what's meaningful to them. I think that should be evident in your budget, where you focus your money. I mean, it's not all about money. It's only one of the resources we have at our disposal. Our human capital is another big resource. But when you look at a budget, you should be able to tell what's important to that entity.
Okay. We are now entering phase 2 of our questions.
Okay.
And Director Nichols will ask you that question.
Okay.
Okay. So are there things that you'd like to share that we maybe have not asked about?
Are there things?
Or things that you feel it's important for us to know about your candidacy?
I would hope that the statement that I submitted gives you a pretty good idea about me as a person. I would hope that the written questions and answers tell you a lot about myself. I think what's important to consider for my candidacy would just be that I can guarantee you, if nothing else, I would be here for the right reason. That I'm passionate about children, and I'm passionate about our school district, and I want it to be the best that it can be. I think we do some things amazingly well. But I think, as with any organization, there are things that we could do better. And I would be honored to be a part of that. I think that's what I would have to share.
Isn't this an opportunity also if you have questions for the
Okay.
board, which this question maybe doesn't really get at that.
Yeah.
I have some
Okay.
concerns.
You can also
but
ask questions.
yes,
I have
do you
questions.
have questions
Yes.
of us?
I do. I brought
Okay.
questions. Now I have to put my glasses on. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to understand was how you determine your board roles, how you determine from the 5 school board directors who's president, vice president, parliamentarian, and legislative rep.
We vote on those positions at our December meeting, and the candidate, we pretty much see who would like to be the president for the following year. It's all rotational basis.
Okay.
The legislative rep, although, tends to be the one that does a lot of traveling or connections with our legislative community, may even have to go to Olympia and attend meetings there, and may even have to attend regional meetings. So when you look at it, that legislative rep might be very involved.
Okay.
It's also a 2-year term versus a 1-year term, like so president, vice president, parliamentary is a 1-year term,
Okay.
legislative reps
And
2-year.
we've sort of done a practice, it's not policy, that keeping the president as president for 2 years if they're willing to. That means the vice president for 2 years, sort of for that development. But it's not guaranteed. It is still, do you still want to keep it? And are you still the right leader for us? And it really is a team decision.
Okay.
And those officers may have greater responsibilities, i.e. the president, as you know, would have to set the agenda and be involved in that meeting of what goes on for the next meeting agenda. And the vice president is also there too. We meet with the administrative staff and verify what additional work is prepared and ready to go for
Okay.
that meeting.
My next question is, there was a House bill last year that allows the State Board of Education student board members to be voting members of that board. And I'm curious if you've considered allowing our student representatives to be voting members on our board.
We have not had that discussion yet.
Okay. All right.
I did read that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, something to consider. certainly.
Definitely.
But I will add, though, they're not voting members, but we really do appreciate their voice and turn to their voice. And they are really an essential person up here on the dais for us. But again, it's not in our policy, and it hasn't come up, so thank you.
I thought I would raise that question. That's maybe another thing I should tell you about myself is as I mentioned, I like to understand things, so I would ask questions. I'm not a yes person. I'm not going to just agree to agree. I want to understand, and I want to make sure that I think that it's the right thing. And I will do so politely. I will do so respectfully, but I will ask a lot of questions. And sometimes that's what the fresh eyes will do, right? Is sometimes when you've been around a while, it's nice to have a different perspective, or somebody asking why we do this or don't do this, or why we do it a certain way, or things like that. So that's maybe something else you should know about me.
Why our board meetings are 2 hours and not 5 hours.
Right. Yes, exactly. Okay, another, so along the lines of the student member vote, I watched the board meeting where you had the discussion about going to the 4-year terms, and it seemed as though there were a couple people that asked about getting community input, and I just wanted to see if that was something that was going to be followed up on to get community input about that.
Well, so we had asked folks to contact us through that meeting. The rest of the board voted down that position, so it wasn't moving forward. It wasn't going to go get a vote or have a policy drafted. So there's really nothing at this point for us to solicit feedback on directly, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I am still very willing to hear feedback on that, but we don't have a motion or a policy coming up to address that.
Okay. And then my last question, to understand, because I think every board does it differently, is how do you determine what is on your consent agenda? Because I've watched some of the meetings and seen, some things on there, and I'm curious how that's determined.
Usually items that are placed on the consent agenda are policies that have a second, requiring a second reading. They can go to, after they've received a second reading, they then go to consent agenda. We have vouchers that are placed on consent agenda because they are typically done on a regular basis, and they're just finances that are just basic. They're not requiring any change to the policies or any change to procedures that are going on. We have things on the consent agenda like personnel actions that are placed on the consent agenda because it's a regular course of business and it doesn't require any change to policies or procedures. And then there are things that are placed on the agenda having been provided by the Friday report by the superintendent to the board as far as updates to any particular situation, like contracts that are reissuing contracts that, that have already been established, and you're just reissuing them for the next following year or the year after. It's a regular course of business and there's no major change. They're placed on the Friday report. We review them, we ask any questions to the organizations or departments that are responsible for them, and then they are placed on a consent agenda. So they are typical items that probably would not need to be discussed in a regular board meeting.
Yeah, I would just summarize with their reoccurring contracts and items of business that come up on an annual or semi-annual or every 3-year kind of thing, and then general operating business. Okay. And if an item falls out of the scope of sort of what we deem, although there's no definition, but what we deem as general operating, we will pull it and put it in information and discussion so that we can address it in an open public meeting.
Okay.
And we have had, once in a while, there might be a contract that might be of particular community interest. So then we might, I think we've only done it once, pull it out of the consent agenda, make a 5-minute presentation so that everybody knows about it, and just to really advertise some of our contracts, right, or highlight a service provider. And so that's very rare, okay. But I think it's only been happened once.
That being said, say you were on the board and you reviewed the consent agenda the week prior, but for whatever reason you didn't get answers to whatever your questions were and you needed more information, you at the meeting could say, hey, I'd like this item pulled. Okay. And then we take a vote and pull it to, do that. Okay. So it's usually, it's pretty rare that you wouldn't get response within 24 hours from the cabinet, but yeah, it's always there as an option.
Okay. Well, those are my questions. Well, no, I guess my final one is, how do we hear today? I know you have 5 excellent candidates. I think you can't go wrong. I read all of their bios.
After reviewing each or hearing each interview, we will have I would say an hour-long deliberation period, okay, in which we will deliberate over the comments that we received during the interviews, and then we'll come back and then vote on the candidate that each of the board members would like to nominate.
Okay.
And so since this is live streaming, you'll watch it live, or will this? Well,
I will be at my best friend's belated birthday dinner.
Yeah. We'll be live streaming through Zoom, so you can always come back online, right, Mr. Jared? The candidates
who will
can
be
come back
contacting,
online.
Or who contacts
who will be contacting the candidates to let them know the decision that was made?
Is that Pam or is that Ian?
I would have the chair do that.
Okay.
immediately following the meeting?
Immediately following.
Okay,
And
so
we
there will be a
announce,
phone
yeah.
call immediately following the
Yeah, and
decision.
if you're in celebration, it goes to voicemail.
Got it.
But you can always Zoom on and hear the actual deliberation, the results of the deliberation. Or you will get a phone call.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much.
with the
you
rest of
very much
your
for-
interviews.
Thank you.
very much for applying. We appreciate that.
Yeah. I have to stand up because my Apple Watch told me to. Are the cameras on? Yeah. Okay.
So before we bring in the next candidate, on question 11, there was no place for them that said, please, this is an opportunity to ask the board if you have any questions. So can you just verbally add that when you go through that?
And there's a typo on
So
one
it
of
should
the
be
slides.
two things. It should be,
Yeah.
tell us anything about yourself we missed,
For slide
and do you have any
9, there's a
questions for
typo.
us?
Bad
That was
typo.
kind of
Allow,
missed in
there's
that.
a hyphen in it.
It's a little late to worry about typos.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from our next, and I'll announce that.
Phone numbers there, but don't.
Oh, okay. At this time, take your time, please, but I'm announcing for our viewing audience. We would like to call our next candidate for interviews. I'd like to call Jen Herman. Please step up to the podium. Please take your time answering your questions. You will be given 3 minutes between each question. The interview will have 2 parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Part 2 will be any question that you may have for the board after we ask you one question, question number 11. We have allotted 10 minutes for this section, but you can ask us any question that you would have of the board in part 2. So please take your time, relax. We appreciate you being here. We thank you so much for applying for this position. We will begin with question number 1. Explain your abilities, your experiences and abilities, and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strength, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Thank you very much. Perhaps before I begin, is there a, will the lights go on? There we go, that's what I was trying to think of.
And you probably don't need to lean into the mic. It's pretty sensitive,
Is
so
that
if it's more
perfect?
comfortable, just to relax.
Okay, thanks. Experiences and abilities and how they will enhance my own effectiveness as a board member. In the past 10 years, I've been very involved with PTAs in the schools, and I've had the chance to get to know a lot of the schools where my daughters attend at a very personal level. And I think that ability has, and that knowledge really was the groundwork of then moving forward to both different schools and to my work on the Everett PTSA Council. And so the experience that I've had in PTA has really allowed me to have a view of the district that I don't think a lot of parents necessarily get to have. And I consider that just a wonderful experience over these past 10 years, is really getting to know the district. So the greatest strengths and how I would use them, I think that is a strength that I'm coming in with, is that the experience in the district itself, it has given me a great love of the Everett School District. And combining that with my previous experience in education policy. And I think those two combined is what would make me an effective board member. Just coupling those at the grassroots level, and also seeing policy at a broader level and the implications of policy. And that's what I'm excited about with being on the board. I have a lot of thoughts on how policy trickles down and actually gets implemented at the school level. And that to me is very important. I really do think, and if there's going to be a theme over the next half hour of what my comments are, that it really is all about the people. And so when policy is established and larger decisions are made, how that gets implemented, how that gets carried out is very, very dependent on who is there doing the work. And so in education, we see that all the time. It's the teachers that are doing it. It's how is it connecting to the students? And so it's trying to connect those two from the higher level policy down to the people and just understanding that flow.
Thank you, Chairman. You have time until the red light comes on. So I forgot to tell you, each one of the directors will be asking you a question.
Gotcha.
And the lights will also come on when your 3 minutes are up. The red light will come up.
Okay.
So you have time. Just be calm.
This is
and you will have no difficulty in answering any of the questions.
Okay.
I will turn the next question over to Director Mitchell to give you that question.
Thanks.
Okay, so in the realm of public education, so you mentioned policy, what is of special interest to you? And if it is policy, or if it is something different, please explain.
I think I touched on that a little bit. Public education it's funny, one of the questions in the application was view of public education, and that was like, whoa, yeah, that's huge. What is of interest to me? So many different things. Policy is one aspect of it, and as I mentioned before, though, it's really what happens at the school level. You can set a policy, and it may or may not be carried out as you actually think it will be. One of the books that we studied in grad school was on it's called Implementing Policy in the Real Classrooms, and it was case studies of 3 different classrooms, and this was back in the late 80s and 90s, and Michigan had changed something about their like reading policy, and these were 3 different classrooms of how they carried that out. And the lessons learned there were that each teacher used their experiences, their background, and they each implemented it slightly differently. And I think you can understand why, of course, that's just the reality of it. So special interest, I would say policy, but as you know from my past 10 years, public education, again, is about what happens in the school. Family and community engagement will be another theme that I'll be talking about through all these questions. It's about building community at the school level and at the district level as well, finding that identity in those communities as, boy, we entrust our children for so many hours during the day to get those experiences. My older one just graduated Saturday from Jackson over at Angel of the Winds. And when I think about all the teachers that have impacted her through the years, those were individuals that brought their passion for that subject to the classroom. It was their ability to organize a classroom in such a way that she was able to get a great education. So special interest to me is, not that I'm changing my answer here as much as it's really about what happens on the day-to-day. And so I'm not sure if that necessarily addresses within education, because there's so much to that question. Well, public education. We can talk about it, as you saw in my essays, you talk about it from the larger extent of what public education means for our society. Growing our own, that is what education is. We are growing our own right now in every student that we're teaching. Yeah.
No, thank you. And the nice thing about these questions is there is no right answer. Yeah.
So what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators in the district today? Granted, it could be many.
It could be many, but I think you're saying today, I think acknowledging these past 2 years, I think we can't stand here as we're wrapping up this 2022 year and not acknowledge that these past 2 years have been hard on families, hard on students, and hard on the teachers and administrators. And I'm sure hard on you all as well. I mean, I think it's not even one segment that has not been affected. So with that, the greatest challenge, I think, is coming back from that, is trying to recoup over the last 2 years, identifying the students that may have fallen through the cracks, supporting teachers as they are getting back to the normal and finding that energy and rebuilding that community. These past 2 years, we haven't been able to meet as much in person. And we've heard over and over again, the connection has been lost. And so bringing that connection back, reforming those school communities, strengthening those ties, I would say is the biggest challenge today. Now, there's a lot of issues, as you said, Director Nichols, that there could be so many to this, whether we're talking about staffing shortages or there's a lot of concerns on school safety. There are many different issues, but when I look at it from my point of view, I see it as rebuilding that community so that we can tackle some of those issues together. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jan. Thanks for being here. Next question is, our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
Okay. Love this question. I think this district is doing a fantastic job in the last few years, especially, of really acknowledging and incorporating all the different cultures in our school district. And I hear that from our natural leaders consultants. They acknowledge that and they see it. And so suggestions for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population, I am actually very excited about the Family Engagement Advisory Council that's just forming. That to me, because I've been able to see some of the people that are the applications that came in for that. And I know that the priority is finding a diverse group of family members that will bring that voice to the district. So that I'm extremely excited about as a step forward for the district. You also have been doing a fantastic job with the Let's Connect, those sessions, and getting families opportunities to express what's on their mind around these different topics. So suggestions on more of that, I would love to see, and this happens sort of as a two-parter, at the school level as events come back, as, for example, natural leaders are able to reform, just like PTAs. These last few years have been a struggle because it's been hard to get everyone together. So supporting that structure, so those events at the school, and then having those school level conversations, ideally the Family Engagement Advisory Council happening at a district level. I would love to see that also happening at the school levels. Principals to have coffee chats with groups of, bring in their natural leaders and their PTA leaders, and just generally, and do specific asks to make sure that people are showing up, that it's not a generic invitation. It's, we want you there. We really want you there. And it's at this time, and please come. Start those invitations, start those at the school level, and use the Family Engagement Advisory Council. And having that together, I think, is the right direction forward.
Next question. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
Now, this question, I'm guessing there actually is a correct answer to, so.
I realized after I said that I spoke too broadly.
Right. So, and this comes back to, and you all also had this, I think, in the application packet about acknowledging that individual board members do not act alone. And we actually have the same message that we give out to PTA leaders. Last month at the Washington State PTA Convention in Linwood, I was teaching a class to PTA presidents, and this is a point we try to get across as well, that when you are speaking, whether you think so or not, you're representing the organization. And that's how people see you. So be very careful in your words. And don't overpromise. Don't remember that they are seeing you, that your response is going to go somewhere and would represent this group right here. So if someone personally asked, I would probably want to be a thoughtful listener. I'd probably want to listen to what they were saying, why they were bringing this forward. It's important to know what is the issue that may be behind what they're saying. And then honestly, I would have to say, I need to go and do my homework. And I think that's, I think in a lot of times it needs to be a case of listening first, understanding the situation. And then I'm guessing that there is a protocol for when concerns are brought forward to board members, how that gets distributed to the board. Because ultimately the board does want to know what's being said in the community, what concerns are in the community. And so it should not stop at me. It should go before this group. So my response specifically would have to be, I'm going to stick with that phrase of I would probably have to go and do my homework on what would be appropriate to say. Just recognizing that there is a fine line there. Yeah, those are tough decisions these days, especially when you read what's going on around the country and in other districts, and you recognize this is obviously a real scenario that I wouldn't be surprised that you actually do deal with on a regular basis. So you're going to have to be ready for that. And I would be ready for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. Evaluating the superintendent is one of the key roles that we do as the school board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Experience in evaluating personnel. Evaluating personnel, I haven't had a formal process in my background where I have gone through an evaluation process like I would imagine some other candidates would have. Obviously, in certain roles, you would be doing a formal process and reporting that back. So I'll stick with the part about beliefs about evaluation of professional staff. It needs to be honest. I think evaluations that are overly complimentary, which is, if you know me, I'm a happy person. I love people, and I love how people will tackle issues differently. So evaluating something, there would have to be some clear rubric of how that's done, and stick to what it is that's being evaluated. So my beliefs about that, I guess I would say that honesty, professionalism, sticking to the criteria of what's being asked, because I think that's room for growth. I think that's part of the evaluation process. You want to hear what can be. A lot of people, this is a career. Even whatever I've done, that's going to be something I'm hopefully going to learn from. And we talk about a growth mindset. We want to model that growth mindset. And so obviously the delivering of an evaluation is probably a different question. But I do believe in finding areas that could be room for someone to grow, in that next time around, we could see something that maybe is a little closer to the, again, assuming there's prescribed elements in a rubric, room for improvement. I think we all have room for improvement. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so one of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact students and families and their everyday lives. So how do you make decisions now as an individual, and how do you make decisions as a member of a team?
So individual decisions are made all the time by family members, right? I mean, we have the responsibility for looking at what graduation requirements are, what our own individual decisions are. School board members making decisions about much larger issues that do have direct impact on student and family lives, direct impact on teachers as well. So as an individual, how do we, and I do this within my family, my husband and I are a team. And so that is where that thoughtful conversation happens, where, and I mentioned this in some of the application materials, that disagreements are absolutely healthy on that. We often can get in our silos, and if we're not hearing other voices come in, we're probably missing something. So making decisions as an individual, which again, we do all the time, I do like to seek outside opinions in informing those decisions. Being a member of the team, absolutely, that there needs to be an avenue for that thoughtful discussion, all of this built on trust. And one of the first things when we talk about teamwork needs to be that teams need to have trust in one another, that they can come to the group in an authentic manner, be themselves, they can speak their mind, and especially in a group like this, say what you're really thinking, knowing that it's not going to be shared out. If it's meant to be in a confidential manner, that's not going to be shared out beyond the group itself. So having that trusting relationship for a team is so vital. When we talk about in PTA, there's a class on negotiating conflict, and because that happens on a lot of teams. And sometimes it's already at the conflict stage, but how to avoid conflict is, first of all, building that trust, having understood how decisions are going to be made, that clear communication, and then encouraging people to say what they're thinking in the time that it's being discussed, rather than, well, I'm not so sure, make a decision, and then afterwards, well, I didn't agree with that. That's kind of unfair for the team. And so, but that only happens when the team feels comfortable in engaging right then and there. So I think that does it.
Okay, my turn. Regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
That's an easy one. Yes, yes. I greatly admire the school board would be a #1 priority for me. And I do have that flexibility of schedule, which is, it's something I'm very fortunate to have. And I recognize that. That is absolutely not the case with a lot of people that have a lot of demands. I have a very supportive husband, a supportive family. My daughter actually is here right now waiting for me out there, so so that we can go out and get a donut after this. So know that I would absolutely make this a priority, and I look forward to those study sessions. I would love to dig deeper into these issues, and that's why I'm actually very excited about this. But
They are open to the public.
I know, but there's a different mindset. Usually I'm off doing something else. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go off and get your donut, I'd like to please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why or why not.
I'm chuckling because absolutely. One of my questions that you'll hear is about WASDA. I didn't realize so much that there was a structure of support for school directors, and thank goodness. Training is so important for any position. Again, this is what I was preaching last month to PTA leaders. In order to be an effective board, you need to know what you're doing. And to do that, you need to get training. And you need to constantly be engaged in learning best practices and implementing best practices. So would I be committed? Absolutely, I would be committed. And I do look forward to that. So expanding knowledge, I would be coming in. Obviously, you all know, I'm sure you're thinking in your mind, everything you've learned over the years, partly from experience, partly from talking with other school directors around the state, partly from attending the conference that WASDA has. I had not realized that between their training, their annual conference, and finally clicking into you all also doing legislative priorities. I mean, this past year, I think I've learned more just tapping into the school board that I hadn't realized was there before. So beliefs about the importance, yes, I am absolutely, that is a strong belief of mine. Training is needed, and use those opportunities to better yourself and better your job on a board.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I appreciate
Director Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. You did give lots of detail for what could be a yes/no answer. So this is our last question. That's part of our questions, really. And then, so the board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned to the district strategic plan. Describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development in large organizations.
So this is one area that I would want to, I feel comfortable with numbers. My background in doing quantitative analysis, that is something that I would feel comfortable with. Budgeting for large organization, those are big swings in dollar amounts. And this would be an area that I would want to dig deep on prior to making any decisions on, because part of what the board obviously does is representative of the community. There's a lot of families out there that may not feel the direct pull to public education as I do, and our family does, because we have students currently in the schools. And so being very responsible with acknowledging that and taking that fiscal responsibility very seriously. But as far as comfort level goes, that I feel like I would be set on. I would certainly need to. The school district budget is something that would be a whole discussion in itself. Drafting a budget that's aligned with the strategic plan, that's also absolutely what we preach to our PTAs, which are very, very small budgets. But that is the whole point. Your budget reflects your values, your budget reflects your mission and vision. They need to be aligned because this is the work you're doing. This is what you're providing your resources for, the public resources. And it absolutely needs to mirror what you say you want to get done. When those are in alignment, then you can move forward. But those need to be in alignment to be successful. Otherwise, they're disjointed, and then if they don't match, then there's something missing. I mean, there should be direct correlation between those two.
Well, you finished phase 1. Now we'll move to phase 2 questions. During phase 2, you will be able to ask us any questions that you would have of the board before you leave. But first, we would like Director Nichols to ask the final question, and then please ask any questions.
Okay.
So just, in general, are there things that we haven't asked you about that you think that we should know, that you want to share with us? Any your chance for final comments.
No, it's a great open-ended opportunity, and I think you see probably on my material what I've been up to, and I hope you know how supportive I personally am of the Everett School District, and I would only be doing this because I see this as a team board that I would love to be a part of. And so I think my materials probably speak for my background. And like I said, I hope you know that, you have seen me around, and I know I've seen you around at the various functions. So I hope you know that I would be willing to jump right in, and I would be excited to do it. And I could go through my resume, but I think you have that on paper. And
so any other questions you have for us, please feel free.
Okay, so the questions I have are more out of just me being interested in these. And the first one was about WASDA. So the goals of the school board mirror those set out by the WASDA school board's, the standards framework. And I was wondering, how else do you, as either as a board or individual directors, and actually I was told I should direct this to you, Director Lacine, how else do you utilize WASDA in your day-to-day operations and functions as a board? I'm actually really curious.
Right.
I would address that unless you have.
Go right ahead.
First of all, WASDA comes up with model policies for all districts. And so we look at both new policies and revised policies. So we have an individual on the administrative staff that pays attention to that on an ongoing basis, and then brings any potential revisions based both on law and also just changes in education that happen, and brings those to the board, and we have discussions around those and change those. So those are ongoing and happen at almost every regular school board meeting. We'll review a policy, sometimes a whole bunch if they're related. And then WASDA has also started during the pandemic, and it's now ongoing, which has been a wonderful thing, is they do network calls. So you can jump on a Zoom call on, it used to be every Thursday during the pandemic when things were changing so much and every week. Now they're doing them twice a month, and they're picking a topic of focus for each one of those. So they're a great opportunity to listen in over lunch on a Thursday and learn a little bit more. And I've been on the board 8+ years now, and I'm always learning something new. And then of course the conferences are a great resource for learning, professional development when we do that. And even the website, if you ever have interest, they make themselves readily available for any director that is a member of the organization to help them, support them. They have training modules. They come up with documentation on how to handle things. It's a really very rich resource.
And they also have twice a year, because of the way the meetings are, regional meetings. So we're divided into however many districts around the state. This month they were on a Tuesday in Anacortes, the same night as a board meeting, so we couldn't go. But it is a way to meet your local board members. They always will bring somebody from the state board to hear what the state board is happening, and so that we have that then access to the state board members. And I've always tried to attend those because I do like meeting the other local board members and seeing what's happening. We did them on. I was able to do the Zoom ones during the pandemic. But again, this quarter's one same night as a board meeting, so that was sort of disappointing. But there are a lot of different opportunities through WASDA to meet board members too.
And sometimes they rotate from different school districts to other school districts. We've sponsored one regional meeting right here at our district, which was really great because we could attend, and it wasn't on the day in which we had our meeting.
Right.
So it was very informative because, as Director Mitchell said, we get to hear some information from on the state level and also on the legislative level if you have your representative also attend. So that was pretty cool.
That's terrific.
Do you have
Yeah.
any other questions for us? I don't want to take up all your time answering one question.
Thank you.
Let's see. Next one. District policy allows for the board to create committees that have a limit of 2 board members per committee, except for the audit committee, which is all board members. So I was just curious, what committees does the Everett School Board have? What do you currently have, or what have you had in the past? Is that utilized?
Well, in the past, as we mentioned, we have the compensation, for the superintendent. And I'll step back. The reason why our committees are 2 board members or less, 2, because if we have 3 board members present, we become a meeting.
Yeah.
So what we try not to do is create a meeting when one is, not necessary.
Yeah.
So we have compensation committee, we have an audit committee, which is a committee of a whole. So that's pretty good. That involves all of us. And we may have a separate meeting based on, we have family engagement issues that may come up. We may have one of those, but we are lucky enough that we can develop them if one so is needed.
I think we try to rely more on, advisory committees and things like that, as opposed to, just having a committee of 2 standing committees. Those are all, outsourced to the community.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. Okay, the last one is, I would love to hear more about how the board sees the individual school liaison positions, how those are chosen, and how they're used in practice. Because I know each of you has a set of schools that you serve as a liaison for.
Well, it's easy. Usually your liaison cities may be the schools in which your kids have attended, your regional area, essentially where you live, but it be the schools that you've attended. But sometimes we branch even further than that because we may have an interest, i.e. we may have an interest in a certain particular program that is established at that particular school. Say, for example, Emerson has a dual language program, and if you're interested in how is that taking place in the district or expanding on that, you may have an interest there, so you may raise your hand and ask that you be a liaison officer for that school. It's done on an annual basis, and what ends up happening is we have a list of all the schools, and you sign up who's the liaison office and who's the alternate, because there are times when there may be some particular program that's happening at the liaison school that person can't be there. So you'd want to have another board member attend. And so you have an alternate, and it's essentially a shared position. We're sharing all of our resources, individual resources to that particular area school. We can't attend them all because we are all directors at large. So we're responsible for all schools.
And so what it does too is we have meetings with the school leadership. Will go in, do instructional reviews. So you go to either your liaison school or your school that, based on timing, your alternate school, or there's a, it's just, or sometimes you just go because you can. But then it is too, like she said, events, really being that key point for the parents to know that you are their board member. So we do get emails I get emails from my liaison schools rarely, pass them on to the person that can best answer their question. And then also be aware, have the principal know you, do tours. So I went to, with Dr. Fleckenstein, or Mr. Fleckenstein, toured him one day to look at all of the schools that are my schools and his schools. And, I don't have time to go to every single event, but I sure do like all of their Twitter posts. So it's as busy as you want to be and as little as you can.
Yeah. We had done a similar at Everett Council several years ago. We made council contacts so that each one of the PTAs had one board member that was sort of assigned to them, and it was by choice, but it was so that there was a point person that they could contact. So,
and I've even thought, even if there was like an opportunity for us to go to PTA meetings, it is just sort of, we're here to serve the schools when we're asked and when different events come up.
Yeah. That's all I have. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in, and we appreciate you applying to be on the board. So,
well, if I can
we'll be hearing from you.
Thank you. I just want to close with saying how much the feeling is mutual, and thanks for all you do. We recognize that the school board is a very big commitment, and especially the board now, we feel very proud of you all. So just know that you have our gratitude, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we will announce on Zoom when we're done this evening, or you'll receive a phone call from Director Lassane with whatever the result is. So thank you.
Thank you. We will now take a 15-minute recess.
Thank you. Where is it?
2:45, yes. 2:45.
So 10-minute recess
10
would
minute
keep us
recess.
on track. Thank
Okay,
you.
I will just say when we're answering questions, we can't
briefer.
go on and on. It can't
Yeah.
be three directors
Yeah,
adding
no, I appreciate it.
details.
Yeah.
We got
Are we live?
Yep.
At this time, we would like to call our next candidate for interviews. Amy Montgomery, will you please step up to the podium?
Good afternoon.
I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint you see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. The podium has 3 blips up there. The green will say your 3 minutes, or you're good in your 3 minutes. The yellow light will indicate that you have about 30 seconds, and the red light will indicate that your time has expired. Part 2 will be any questions you may have for the board, and Director Nichols will lead that with a question. We have allotted 10 minutes for this section, so you have 10 minutes to ask any question you'd like. We will begin with question number 1, which I will read off, and then each director will read the next following question off. Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths and how you will use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity today, first of all. When I went to law school, it was with the goal of being a child advocate, and my first job out of law school was as a public defender representing children in both the dependency and delinquency settings. And so I had an opportunity to both see children from all of their different kind of experiences, life experiences, and where they were placed. But then I realized after a few years of representing children that when it came down to making decisions or having the actual impact that it would have on their lives, sometimes it was more important to be at the table of the person that could take in all the information and then make recommendations. For instance, with delinquencies, the person who makes decisions with respect to what sort of plea agreement a person may get comes from the person who's at the prosecutor side. And so I used my skills as in terms of knowing everyone or getting to know people in their history, but decided to move to being a prosecutor. And from there, I continued my look at, my job really became much more about being in those positions where my judgment was what was being expected of me. I worked with defense counsel in a negotiating role, as a supervising role, where you got a chance to take a look at whether or not people similarly situated would be treated fairly and the same, but also getting a chance to look at individual circumstances by each defendant who came through, and seeing what opportunities we had to make a better impact on that person, the community, the victims. And so what I consider my strengths is to be what I've had to use throughout my career, which is first, my judgment. I take the opportunity to research, know everything that I can about a decision before making one. My ability to be empathetic, my desire to connect with each individual, be it a child that I represent, to a case before me with a victim, or with a student now in the community, or a parent. Once I had children myself, I realized how important it was. Looking at all of my role in education, what is important is education is the key. Education is what centralizes and gives everyone the best opportunity. And so what I see is, once I had my own children, is how best to make decisions and be a part is doing what you do, which is reaching out to the community, learning people's perspectives, what their goals are, and then trying to put it into place with policies. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question, 2, is what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
As I said, once I had children, my perspective definitely changed a fair bit. And as a working mom of two African-American boys who may have a different experience going through the educational system that I did, I am a product of this school district. I have had all the opportunities in the world be presented to me coming through the schools here in Everett. And this school district does so many things well. My boys may have a different experience. And once once they started coming to school, I started sort of educating myself more on what experiences they may be going through. Inclusion, equity, and diversity are the crux of what I look to in terms of making sure that every child has the best opportunity possible in moving through their educational system. As I was saying in my earlier question, education is the key to so many people's successes. And what can we do to ensure that every child in the corners of our district are receiving the best opportunities, the most equitable opportunities possible to give everyone the best shot they can. When my oldest sons first started going to school, and I started researching maybe some of the impacts that schools were going to be having on him. And I talked with the administrators at his school about things like implicit bias, things that, maybe aren't always at the forefront of individuals' minds, but have a very significant impact on children. In other issues of special interest to me, I see the importance of mentorship of children at all the three tiers of education as being incredibly important. My child had the benefit of having a mentor when he was younger. He now, as a fifth grader, has the opportunity to mentor another young boy. And I just see those opportunities as really things that these kids can grab onto and hold on to and make them feel like they're having just give them something positive every single day. And so all of those things just to make sure that kids don't get lost. I remember a boss telling me at one point that it's easy to be a supervisor of those, the employees who have incredible success. The hard part is reaching those kids in the middle and getting them up to the next level. And even more important still is how to make sure that everybody is being heard and has that same positive experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students and educators in the district?
Well, I'll give a little preamble that this may be one of the questions that I was going to ask you also during the last 10 minutes. But what I see right now is that we are just in an environment right now where there is so much for these kids, controversy and chaos. I just see that we are surrounded in the news by so many places where people are not coming together and are not forming agreements. And so I hope that as educators and in school, that can be a safer place where there's less of that kind of constant strife. I see budgets as an incredibly difficult thing that educators and the district has to deal with in terms of making sure that all the priorities and goals are met in the most equitable way possible. But for these students, again, getting back to one thing that I think this district has done really well in the past year and a half is I think they are coming out of an incredibly difficult time period, and what this district has done to try and help encourage mental health and the well-being of these students is something that I hope that you're all proud of, because just personally, I think you should be. But I think that is something difficult to see for students. These students that are in this world of controversy and social media and all sorts of things being bombarded at them after spending so much time at home and now readjusting to the community is very difficult. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I have question 4. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
It's a great question, and honestly, one of the reasons why, when I saw that this was an opportunity available, I knew that it was a path that I was going to seek. And because a couple years ago, before COVID, I had an opportunity to speak with the principal at my eldest son's school, and we were just talking about ideas on how to get more community engagement, how to get involvement. Exactly this question, how to sort of tap into some of the communities that may not be so quick to just show up at the school, how to get to everybody. And I had some probably pointed suggestions, which is don't wait for people to come to you. Go get in the community yourself, be a part of things. Go and make sure that you make it as easy as possible for people to have an opportunity to speak with you, which means, sometimes going to a location instead of having something at the school. But I also have a pretty strong belief that I shouldn't ask someone to do something that I am not willing to do myself. And that is why when I saw this opportunity, I thought, well, this is exactly what I talked about with the principal those years ago. This gives me an opportunity to be a face, to go out to the community, to use my empathetic nature and listening skills to hear what is important to the community members and to try and reach everyone. As I said, what equity means to me is to give all students that opportunity to be the most successful that they can be, to learn from the communities and from other cultures, to bring and celebrate other cultures within our district. I think I see more and more one of the ways to prepare is, to go back through some of the PTA meetings and newsletters of coming out and to see how the schools have done such a better job promoting all of the diverse population of our community, be it the different schools that we've gone to, the diversity presentations and days. It's just nice to see that's becoming more recognized and more just happening more frequently, and I'd like to see that continue.
What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from the school library? So what would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
That's an interesting question, and I have not had that come up before in my experience, but I definitely can see the role of a board member as listening and wanting to know a person's concerns. And so that would be the first thing I would want to do, is to get a sense from that person as to why that is an issue that they have. I would provide them. I looked at the policies and procedures that are in place for the district on how to raise issues. I would make sure that that person knew how to follow up with concerns for the entire board. I would report back during the monthly reports at the board meetings that there would have been an issue, but probably I would consult with all of you too and say, first, in your experience, how is that something how would you address it? I would make no promises, certainly, and I would make sure that that person felt heard. If appropriate, I would double check the rules, but if appropriate, for there to be a response either from myself or from the board speaking more generally, I would then follow up with that parent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next question, about halfway done, more than halfway done. Evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
I was a supervisor for many years in the criminal division, and so as part of that role, I supervise, I provide feedback, I both receive self-evaluations and then give evaluations. The most important thing in order to give an accurate and fair evaluation is to be doing it from a position where you have that firsthand experience. And that means you need to, if it's evaluating a deputy, it means watching that person in court and having an opportunity to see, providing feedback at the time, giving opportunities for improvement, recognizing that we all are different and come at our roles from different perspectives, but being fair but honest is how I evaluate people.
Thank you.
So one of the other responsibilities of a school board member is making decisions that directly impact students and families, administrators. So how do you make decisions in your personal life, and how do you make them as a member of a team?
As I said, I make decisions by gathering as much information as I can so that I have an opportunity to make a fully informed decision. Whether I ask people I trust for their insight and opinion, if it's something that is personal to myself. As a team member, I listen to everyone's perspectives. I'm probably, when working as a group, I tend to listen first and I'm not the first person. I was never the first person raising my hand. I was not the first person raising my hand at work when it's in a team meeting. I wait, I listen and make sure that I understand people's perspectives, and then when I have something to contribute, then I share. I am not afraid to give my opinion, and I have roles where I am the team lead and am running a team. And so I come in usually with agendas and purpose and mindset and direction, and we go through what needs to be done. As I said earlier, I both lead a team, but make decisions, always never expecting anything of any team member that I wouldn't do myself. And that's how I work in a group, basically. People know that I can be relied upon to do what's necessary.
Okay, regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
I will make them a priority, first of all. When I saw that this was an opportunity and just recognized how exactly the right fit it was for where I see my path continuing in terms of being able to advocate for children, I see this and your role as so incredibly important in terms of impacting our community, both for our kids now and as they grow into adulthood. And so this is an incredibly important job. I'm like all of us, I have a job, I'm busy. I had a meeting in my car before coming in today. You just make it work. I think we've all figured out in the last couple of years how to handle things from a very flexible environments. And so, yes, I just make things work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why or why not.
As I looked back at your board goals for the past year and had an opportunity to see what priorities you all had and put into place and the efforts that you took to sort of impact everyone's education, it really lined up with with what I see as so important. But you always have to be learning and growing. I have that in my own career right now, where we have continuing education requirements, with the idea that you don't want to be stagnant as your community changes. You need to be willing to rise to the occasion to meet the needs of the changing community, and you want to learn about as changes in education or do new studies come forward. You want to be on the forefront of learning what those things are. And that, again, that's another reason why this is so important to me, as I've tried to speak with, or I've talked in the past with administrators about ways to change, ways to add equity, add inclusivity to the school program, to kind of live what we all want as our highest goals. In order to do that, you have to be committed to continually learning. And so, yes, I'm committed to attending trainings that are necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the last question for this section. The board holds the superintendent accountable for developing the draft budget aligned to the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
I would say that I do not have a great deal of experience with large budgets. As a government employee my entire life, I have not lived within or worked on budgets in that way. But I am an economics major as my undergraduate degree. And much like every learning curve, I am committed to learning and hearing from all of you about how to take a budget and take a plan and put things together and make those hard decisions and hard priorities. What I can do is, what I demonstrate is an ability to learn.
Okay, we finished part one, which was of the 10 questions we have. We're now on part two, which is we will take questions from you as to questions you may have of the board. You have 10 minutes that have been allotted for this particular section, so be calm, you have lots of time.
Thank you.
And Director Nichols will ask you those questions, the next question.
So are there any things that you'd like to share with us that we haven't asked you about, or things that you think we should know that we haven't had a chance to talk about today or in your written responses?
I'm a pretty open book. If there are concerns or additional concerns or issues that you have, I'm certainly willing to talk about them. But no, in general, like I said, I really do believe that my judgment, listening skills, and empathy, and just desire to reach the community are what would make me a strong candidate.
Questions you may have?
Yes, with my first question kind of falls in line with one that you asked me, which were, what are some of the challenges that you see facing this district as we move into the post-pandemic world?
I'd like to answer that one by just saying, I'm not quite sure that the pandemic or the effects of the pandemic are completely over. I look at that as a continuing saga, so to speak, for the next at least 3 to 4 years. I think our children have been affected quite heavily on the results. We've had some kids that haven't been in school for over 2 years, and they've had to Zoom on TV. The social emotional aspect of that, is going to be around for some time. And I think we will learn to grow out of this.
Thank you.
And I think too, one of our challenges, just to be really brief, because we want you to have more time to ask questions than us sitting up here answering them. You mentioned a lot of diversity and inclusion, and something that Dr. Saltzman and his team in HR are really trying to do is do the best we can to make sure our staff look like our diverse students, that we're nearing white being the minority. And how do we have our staff reflect that? So that is a challenge. It's something we look at and we focus on because, as you said, school is a safe place, but if it's a bunch of white faces looking at a bunch of non-white faces, we know that that's not the right thing for our students. So it is a challenge getting that diversity in our teaching staff. But I want to make sure you get all the time for questions.
Anyone else? Okay. My next question is, how do you reach community members? What are the successes that you have found, or what are the challenges you've found in terms of really trying to hit all of the pockets of our community?
I'll address that. It is a challenge because of time. You have limited time, and school board actually takes up a lot of time, and then you want to be a lot of different places. We attend a lot of community events where typically things where the organizations are supporting the district. We also have liaison schools, and we have opportunities to go into schools and attend events at schools and be there for different purposes. A lot of grocery aisle chats and neighborhood conversations. And then you have your sort of people out there, you know, your fellow parents, whether you sit on a PTA. So you know, it doesn't touch everybody in our community, but the great thing is that between 5 members of a board, you hope that you collectively touch a whole bunch of people, and then you can bring that knowledge together to help make decisions.
I will say I really appreciated at the board meeting that was last week, your reports, just because, and it really kind of struck me because lots of us, I think, do lots of work under the radar and are happy to just sort of get in and do the job, and that's the end of it. But then it struck me that you're not just the voice of the community, you're also accountable to them, and to give back the reports of all of the amazing things that you were doing. I just really appreciated it, and it really resonated with me. So thank you for having that as a piece. Not to back up, and I apologize for that, just to follow up with whether there was anything else. I do work on the PTA. I'm an active volunteer with them, with the PTA. I think last week I did 3 separate events. Just, you know, I just want to be at the school with the kids. It's by far the best part of my day. Mm-hmm. I also am strongly committed to food insecurity, and most of my charitable work that I do is supportive of be it food banks or summertime work for Food Lifeline, is something that I've done now for a very long time. My next question is, do you see how do you reimagine education in the future? And do you see an evolution of different priorities of the district as we continue to think about kids' mental health? And
take a crack at that. So, I mean, that's been kind of one of the secret blessings of the pandemic, right? Is we've been able to expand the use of technology to make education more accessible to more folks despite where they are. So that's one thing we're always keeping an eye towards the future on is, you know, if you have a child with a chronic medical condition that's always out at appointments or home or can't be in school as often as we'd like them to be, they still have access. They don't have to worry about somebody bringing home packets of paper. They can still, you know, engage with that classroom. So that to me is the big part of the future. And the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? So the challenge with education is always making sure that your kids can read and write and get food in their bellies and all that fun stuff. And so it's just making sure that we are always always kind of leading the way in our area of how do we reach these kids, improve, where are our shortcomings, how can we reach more children, what can we do? It's always all about the children. So there's lots of changes, but it's still the same challenges.
Well, and what's funny too is, I grew up and we still have auto shop and wood shop, and we're going back to those days. And, we really do have we have the state requirements, but then flexibility within it. So we are building pathways for kids. So a health pathway at Everett High School, and an aeronautics pathway at Cascade High School, a STEM pathway at Jackson High School. And then we're reimagining what middle school will look like so that kids can experience that as they're going into high school. So it is a constant reimagining, and also recognition that some kids might not get math. So how can they get math in a different way? And so it is re-looking at those, can they get math through their STEM classes, where it's not an algebra class, but it's an equivalent. And so we have staff that's constantly looking at meeting that child in the way that they need to be met to meet their graduation requirements. And there's a lot of staff here doing a lot of very good work. But it is a constant reimagining, which is the pandemic has given us a chance not to be normal anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you had experiences where community members have come up in not a hostile way, but just to express dissatisfaction, and how have you handled it?
I would say yes. Dissatisfaction, yes. I got stopped at Costco one time, and someone actually said, they didn't like what the school district was doing. They stopped me, and I listened. You have to, we represent our constituents. And if there are those who feel that we're not supporting their students and their community, then we need to listen and see what it is that we're not doing. Mm-hmm. And then you need to take that back and find out, well, what is going on? There's always more to the story. Mm-hmm. You look at one person's satisfaction could be another person's dissatisfaction. So there are two sides to every coin. And so you have to take that back and ask the right questions. And then sometimes what it is an individual, which this person needed affirmation, that they are heard and that they are understood. So you have to get back to that person with what we are doing and the right person, and you can lead that person to the right person. And that's very important.
Mm-hmm. And this is This is a great community. If you heard any news about mask protest, we had one person come and complain about masks. Then we had one person come and complain about the masks being removed, because we really did follow how the state went. We've also had two groups come this time with something we didn't even know was a problem. And we were able to meet quickly and see how we could fix it. Because it was a staff and a student, and the students just didn't know there's already a plan. But to have students come and advocate, we were so proud of them. And then, like she said, some people just want to complain and they want to be heard.
Well, I think the district does a wonderful job at presenting information and communicating. And I see my time is up, but I would also put in a plug for the amazing teachers that you all have hired. Thank you for everything. Yeah. It was really nice meeting you all.
Ms. Montgomery, I'd like to thank you very much for applying, and thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, President Lissy.
Thank you very much.
You. Take care.
So, did you want to tell her what happens next?
We will be coming back at the end, probably around the 6 o'clock hour, because we are being Zoomed, or we are Zooming this meeting. And we will come back and announce the person that's going to be appointed. All right. And you can engage that way. You can come back in, or you can wait for a phone call, which will take place afterwards from me.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
All of your time.
Okay, so what is our time now?
Thank you. We will now be at 3:30, I believe. So we have 10 minutes before our next interviewer is available or was informed to be available for this, so we will recess for 10 minutes. Nathan Shelby, please step up to the podium. I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint that you see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question, and there are 3 blips on the top of the podium. When the green light is on, that means you've got plenty of time. When the orange light comes on, you will have at least 30 seconds to complete your answer, and the red light will indicate that your time limit is up. Part 2 will be any questions you may have for the board. We've allotted 10 minutes to this section, so take your time. It's a lot of time, and you can ask us whatever your heart's desire will be. We will begin with question number 1. Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your becoming an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Thank you very much. So my experiences and abilities. I am an IT professional. I've been one for almost, oh gosh, how old am I now? 25 years at this point. I have worked in big companies and little companies on complex projects with diverse teams all over the place. I solve complicated problems for a living, which is really, really helpful in a number of situations in life. That also means that I have to listen to both feedback from my superiors, my teammates, my consumers in a project, all sorts, right? And I think that's a really good thing. I have done retail technology at a friend of mine's business for going on 20 years at this point, and being able to articulate complex things to people who do not necessarily understand them in depth, I think is a skill that I bring to the table pretty well, at least in areas where I am knowledgeable or can obtain knowledge. And those are the things that I think that I am really good at. As far as my greatest strengths, I would say it's probably my ability to solve complicated problems and design solutions for those problems. I would use those in any way that I could to help drive policy, right? Like the boards, at least in my view, it's not in the weeds, it's a policy board. So you have to design architecture for somebody else to implement. And there's a really clear line between implementing things and architecting solutions that other people need to implement. And being able to do that, I think, is probably going to be pretty helpful. And that's how I would be an effective policymaker and an advocate for education. Education is really important, right? It's as I communicated in my written statements, it changes the community. Right? If you have a good education system and people stay in your community, that's huge. I have a daughter, she's just turning 5, she'll be entering at U Ridge, and it is going to be an interesting experience, I'm sure. This is my first time entering into the public school system here in Everett. I am a product of the public schools in Washington, but the ability for, train of thought, done.
Not a problem. It'll come up again. The
Yeah.
questions
Yes.
are
You
very
have time at the
similar.
end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Catch up.
Yeah.
So don't you worry.
all
Don't you
good.
worry. Thank you so much. Director Mitchell will ask the next question.
Yeah, and okay, what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
STEM and also like specialty education. STEM is useful. It's foundational. All of the mathematics, the engineering portions of it, the arts in general as well. I was in band throughout school, and I think that's super helpful. Again, it goes back to math, arts, working as a team to do something together. All of those things are important. Scholastic athletics as well. I enjoyed being on like non-traditional athletics. I was a chess club member, loved that. Marching band, all of those things. So those are the things that are near and dear to me. But you know, this is it's a very broad category for a lot of different people. A lot of people aren't going to like band. They don't want to do that. They'd rather do football. Cool. If we can support it, let's do it, right? Like, let's not necessarily go into the hole for everything, but support it as much as we possibly can.
Thank you.
So what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators in the district today? I know it could be many things, but like your top one or two.
Yeah, I think immediately it's probably recovery and transition back from the pandemic. Like that's probably top of mind for, I would assume, everybody up here today. And that transition is how we don't lose 2 or 2+ years of progress for a generation of kids. That'll be terribly detrimental. And I think that I'm lucky in that my daughter's not entering like right at the beginning. I can't imagine what those parents went through. I think it's really disheartening, but from what I have seen and what I have read, I think y'all did a decent job. I think that we were well placed in terms of having access to technology and quick adoption. And I think that should be an option going forward for folks if they'd like to do so. Some people learn in non-standard ways. I really like, self-taught, self-paced stuff. Other people terribly enjoy having, instructor-led instruction. Other people are like, hey, let me watch a video and I'll do my thing. Other people love to lab stuff out, right? Like they want to do while they learn. And it's not the same for everybody. So I think that identifying those things in all of the students and maybe putting those folks together where you could have people who like to do in a class and people who like the instructor-led stuff as time goes on or similar, and getting those people to work together would allow them to succeed where maybe they haven't before, right?
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. I
Yep.
get the next question. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
Okay, so let's do them in order. I think that the district can best hear from folks in the way that they would like to communicate, whether that's in person, whether it's in Zoom or town halls or at local school events or neighborhood meetings. Let those populations voice an opinion on that matter and see if the board can work within it. It may not be possible all the time, but I would hope that it should be possible at least some of the time. Equity to me is equity of opportunity and not necessarily equity of outcome. Equity of outcome would be lovely, but equity of opportunity, I think, is the foundation of where we should be as a society. And that means sometimes correcting historical things that have done us harm in the past, that people have made fairly terrible decisions. And so bringing new ideas to correct those things and get everybody on a level playing field from the get-go, to me, is equity.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
What a fantastic question. My view is probably going to differ from some folks. I am very much personally a free speech absolutist. I believe that you should be able to speak your mind, not necessarily, devoid of, it's certainly not necessarily devoid of consequence for your speech, but that all speech should be encouraged. Sometimes it means having opinions available to people that they might not like to consume. They don't necessarily have to consume them. And I would try to communicate that in as an appropriate way as possible to the parent that, yes, hey, you're going to have stuff of diverse viewpoints because the community is diverse. Some people are going to want to have books on, like that cover things that we did terrible in our past, Holocaust, racism, etc. Some people don't want to expose their children to it. If it's age appropriate for the student, I think we're okay. And as to age appropriate for the student, that is probably a fine line with me as to whether or not everybody should be able to read where they want to read and read where they, can read. How that gets there, I think, is a discussion between members of the community and the board, and say like, okay, great, the 7-year-olds or 7th graders can do this, but we're not going to let kindergartners check out a bunch of books and read through them on the Holocaust or something similar in a very graphic manner. They're just not quite ready for that, I don't think. But certainly expose them to it.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Sure. I've held a number of team lead roles, management roles throughout my career. Not necessarily my favorite portion of the program, but that's okay. For me, it's objective, right? If the person that you are evaluating has met the objectives that you have set out for them, fantastic. There is, I'm sure, bound to be in a public-facing role some level of subjectivity as to the community's interaction with that person. If the community's interaction is unfavorable with that person, perhaps guidance should be given as to, hey, let's see if we can remedy this. But again, that should be objective guidance, right? Like subjectively, something is sideways. What can we do to objectively give you as a milestone or a marker where you can correct or course correct in some fashion, whatever perceived behavior has gone, sideways, and get back on there. But yeah, I believe that, when you're evaluating somebody, it should be an objective evaluation. It shouldn't be playing favorites, Mr. Saltzman, I'm sure, is a fantastic person, but perhaps if he was not a fantastic person, if he did all of the things that the board asked him to do objectively, and all of the metrics were going in an appropriate direction, we would keep him here. It should be pretty simple.
Yeah, thank you.
So one of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that touch the lives of students, staff members, faculty, all the way down the line. So how do you make decisions now as an individual, and how have you made decisions as a member of a team?
So I make decisions as an individual based on as much data as I can possibly gain about the decision that I'm trying to make, whether that is potential outcomes, good, bad, or otherwise, things that I may run into, or down level, like cascading effects from within the system that I'm operating in. And then I try to make the best, given the parameters of the decision. Like if something needs to be able to survive, accessed by a couple million people, those decisions are going to be different than, hey, we're going to do this for a very small company, right? And so given the input, you take as much data as possible, you try to make the best decision based on the guidelines that you've got in terms of your budget or availability or statutory mandate or community want, and you balance those things and make your decision. As a member of team, I have and I do recommend doing the same thing, right? Let's throw up a pros and cons list. Let's work through everybody's viewpoint on the matter. If we've got particular concerns with it, let's air those concerns. Let's talk through them. Let's really get into the weeds of setting up the architecture appropriately, because once you've produced an architecture document or a policy document, it's generally pretty hard to change after people go through and go, hey, I implemented this thing, it didn't work well. Okay, well, now we've got to tear some stuff down. And once you're invested even in money or time, you also run into like sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, I've already thrown $1 million at this, we got to keep throwing millions. No, just we're done. We've wasted $1 million. I'm sorry. Publicly, I'm sure that's pretty hard to say, hey, we've wasted $1 million. People are going to have a lot of questions as to why that happened. So you should be also, when those decisions are made, be dang sure you can explain it in a very concise manner. But yeah, so that's, I think, the easiest way to make them as a team is to gain as much consensus as possible.
Okay, I have the next one. Regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes and yes. Yeah, no, the public service was drilled into me from a young age is something that everybody should strive to do, and I think it's of paramount importance to be able to do that. So if my putting my hat in the ring and wanting to be here is, I think, an expression of my willingness to make this commitment to my community. So yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I have the next question. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences, training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why or why not.
I think it's very important, right? Folks that are making the architecture decisions should be as informed and as educated on all of the matters that they may have to influence as possible. So that should be, yes, attend local things within the community, attend items within the state with similarly sized education districts, or even smaller or larger districts, to say, hey, we're approaching this, or we're not doing this, and what are you all doing that's different, and how has it worked out? At the state and national level, what better, right? I mean, perhaps potentially at the international level if you want to go that far. But yeah, knowledge is power, and the more knowledgeable the board members can be about the things that they're trying to architect, the better off the community will be as a result.
Okay, so I have the last question for this section. The board holds the superintendent accountable for development of a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
This will probably be my hardest one as somebody who's not done very large budgeting. Largest budget I've managed is about $4.5 million. So stuff larger than that probably is a little bit crazy. In that instance, for when that budgeting is done, on my experience, it is projections for growth, capacity planning, cost increases or decreases depending on historic norms for what the organization is trying to do, whether or not we're increasing headcount, what that headcount looks like in terms of what we need in terms of particular personnel, because not everybody is paid the same. Unfortunately, we have some folks who have different skill sets and they're paid differently. So that is my experience in budgeting. I imagine budgeting by committee is probably a much different experience. But if it's similar to the way that the city does things, when the mayor produces their budget and it's broken down by account as to how this is going to be prescribed for spending, and then all of the subsections within the city kind of get their ask and say, hey, we'd like FTE here, or we can't, and we can or cannot do these things, then yeah, I imagine it's fairly similar, and there would be, hey, per school or per strategic item, we're going to go through the list and be like, hey, see if we can do this within this budget. If not, why? And I imagine that there's probably at some point an ask for levy lift or similar that will come before the board, and we'll have to articulate it again to the community and say, hey, this is really important. I think we just went through that twice, where we said no the first time, and then we said, well, okay, the second time. So great. But I think the no the first time was probably an eye-opener as to what the community was looking for, and I think the revised messaging obviously helped.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We've now moving on to part number 2, which will be the part where you can ask us questions that you might have for the board, and we will try our best to answer them. And I will turn this over. You have 10 minutes allotted once it starts. It's a lot of time, so just take your time, be calm. And I will turn this over to Director Nichols, who will ask that question.
So this is kind of your chance to talk about anything that we haven't asked you about that you think is important for us to know, considering your candidacy, or things that you feel that that we just didn't touch on correctly, or anything that you want to expand on from the previous questions. And then if you don't have anything there, just feel free to ask us any questions you have.
Off the top of my head, I don't have anything that jumps right out to me. I guess the one that might jump out would be, what skill set are you trying to fill for? Where do you think the board potentially lacks experience or expertise in making the policy and architecture decisions that it currently does?
I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
I would say that there's actually not a role that we're looking to fill. I think what we like to see on a board is just a lot of diversity in background and experiences and in education, different levels of knowledge on different topics. And there really is no list that we abide by and try and say, oh, we really need this. I know some boards are made up that way, oh, we'd like someone with this kind of background, and that's not really that's not really the way this board works. It's more about someone who's committed for the right reasons, and really willing to do the work, to learn the work, and to come as a collaborative partner and help make the district the best it can be.
I think that's fantastic. That's all I've got.
That's all you.
That's
okay.
it.
Your
I'm
green light
easy.
is
I
still
know.
on.
I am aware. I'm probably right through here in about 15, 20 minutes. I'm easy.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming out and applying for the position. We appreciate you coming today to speak with us. What we will be doing is we'll continue on with the interviews. We have more candidates, and then we will deliberate.
Okay.
And then come back in here into a public meeting and then vote on a candidate. So you're welcome to go back on Zoom and take a look at how we conclude the meeting. And then the candidate selected will be contacted by myself. And the other candidates also will be contacted by myself. And that's it.
Awesome.
So we appreciate you coming in.
Thank you all very much for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Or at recess
The
again?
guy's a lot more concise and short. No.
We're at recess until 4:15?
We're on recess at this particular time. We will come back in
4:30.
at 4:30 when our next 4:15, and we can contact we'll do it 4:15, and we'll contact our next candidate to see if he can come in at 4:15, and we stand recess. Thank you. on recess, and so I will reconvene us. We will now reconvene this special meeting. At this time, I would call our next candidate, Mr. Mason Rutledge. Please step to the podium. I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint that you see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. The blips on the top of the podium indicate your time. Green light will come on, and that means you have not surpassed your 3 minutes. The yellow light will tell you that you have 30 seconds remaining, and the red light will indicate that your 3 minutes is up. Part 2 will be questions that you may have for the board. We have allocated 10 minutes for this session, so please take your time, be calm, be patient. And I would like to first start off by saying thank you very much for coming to the board meeting and your application and going through this process. I will start with the first question, and each board member will have another question, and we'll just go around until we get them to 10. So my first question is, explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your becoming an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strength, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
And also thank you for your service to each of you. My experiences and abilities are fairly broad. I've worked alongside the public school system for 30 years. Coach, and I was a part-time seasonal contract for that. But I've been around schools for a long time in a lot of different places. Edmonds, where the community was Everett Public Schools in Everett. I also served for a while alongside the schools in Academy School District in Colorado Springs, Colorado. In fact, only school, public school, that's on a U.S. military base, Air Academy. Actually there during 9/11, which was around time to be serving public school kids on a military base. What strengths do I bring to the table? I feel like I've been watching the school board for a while, watching Everett Public Schools. I've been a big fan of our new superintendent and the school board. I feel like the strengths I bring are community advocacy, for one, just being a leader in the community. I also come from the business community. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for 30 years, but I'm kind of an odd nonprofit duck. So I have a weird mix in that I understand, if you will, nonprofit board. School district board is a civic board, different than a for-profit market board. And I work with business leaders in the community. I work right now with 300 business leaders, King County, Pierce County, Leavenworth as well. We have some business leaders there. So I think I bring a level of expertise as far as what the market wants in employees and from our public schools. And that's what we need to continue to ensure for them as contributors to society, but also for our marketplace to be. As an advocate for education, the kids are the future of our society. It's trite to say, but it's just true. And so I love being an advocate for the future. Each of us are only going to be here so long. Kids are going to be here for much, much longer. So by investing in them, help echo into the future, make an impact. I've got now, my kids are all out of public schools, but I knocked out. My wife and I have always been big fans of public education. We think it's the best place for our kids to be, and really.
Thank you very much. Director Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. So what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
Well, that's interesting. I've wondered about that because I feel like in our society today, everybody kind of has seems like people have an angle. Why are you getting involved in this, or why are you doing this? And I've been wondering, okay, why am I interested in this? And there's really three reasons. And it's equity, Everett, and excellence. Our kids went to North Middle School when it was the old building. We've been on the side of going to other schools and going, shoot, that's pretty nice over there. And now to see what you all have done with North Middle School to provide equity to those kids has been phenomenal. And I also I'm a huge believer in buildings as providing space for great education. Some people will shun buildings or even community centers. I've been like this. I've been in the Edmonds Public School when I saw 4 high schools be built and the Edmonds School District building. And it transformed schools like Mount Lake Terrace High School. It's a different place today, and the building did it. Teachers, that building changed it. So, so the first one is equity. I want equity. Each kid should have every kid should have an opportunity to have a really great education. I mean, that just, even as I said, it's like, that's obvious. But I don't feel like everybody can feel that way. And I want people to feel like they can have equity. Secondly, Everett. I love the city of Everett. I've been here since 2003. I'm a big fan of Everett Public Schools. My dad used to walk down the hallways of our house singing the Everett Fight song. He went to South Middle School when Sequoia High School now was South Junior High back then. He went to school there, grew up on Pacific Avenue, had a very hard childhood, but man, South Junior High made a big impact in his life. So I'm an Everett fan. I'm an advocate for Everett across our region. I love talking to people about how great Everett is. I love having people up to our home and seeing just what a great community this is. I also share that because I know my time's getting short. Meadowdale, I went to Meadowdale. Nobody cares about Meadowdale unless your kids are at Meadowdale. You go to Everett or Cascade or Jackson, and there are people coming out of the woodwork caring about their schools. They could be living, I run into people that live in California and still love Cascade High School. And then the last piece is excellence. Excellence for our kids. I want a kid to feel like I'm getting the best. I'm not getting second rate. I'm not, well, and that doesn't matter if it's theater or music. I love what's going on with music right now. I helped raise, we raised $14,000 for the band at Everett High School a couple weeks ago. I love that we did that for the online. So I love that there's going to be excellence. So equity, Everett, excellence. Those would be the realms of public education that are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students and faculty and staff today?
Yeah, it's you. You all have done such a fantastic job in this because we've all seen the news. It hasn't happened here, and I think it's helped us get through some of these incredible challenges we've been through. I've also served on the fiscal advisory team here. I've seen the challenges of the McCleary decision and the budget challenges. I've worked with those. It's been a real honor to think about that. And I also worked with, from a financial standpoint, on the levy to talk about how do we think about that. And it was an honor to be able to bring a public voice to it. I'm just a guy on a Zoom call, and the school district's listening to my advice about how I think a challenge to this school district is the up and down I-5. It could feel like I grew up on 148th Street. I live on 16. Those feel like light years away. Now, when I grew up around Mill Creek, it was a 4-way stop. There was no Safeway. There was no apartment buildings. That was in the 80s and 90s. That's a challenge for us. How do we create one school district, one community that all feels together? And I hope that Everett people would be just as concerned for their North kids would be just as concerned as they are. That, the same is true. My kids went to Whittier Elementary, and I think the challenges faced there have been addressed really well when it comes to equity. To see, and uniforms are well accepted there. We came from a school district in Colorado in 2003 where there weren't uniforms. And I can only imagine about that when you have kids that are literally the kids of going vice president. I think the challenges are financial. I think the challenges are geographical. And then the last one I'd give is I do think there's financial challenges today. Everything is getting more expensive. Housing is insanely expensive. My wife and I just built a 2-bedroom apartment in our house, provide space for somebody to live while they're getting a start for a young couple. Because we were blessed with that in our life, we want to help somebody else. I think we're going to have challenges with paying. We're not even that expensive, it's 20% discount. So those are the challenges I see.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I get the next question. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? And what does equity mean to you?
So I worked on a project to bring Southlake High School in the Seattle Public School District. Now, Southlake High School, you don't hear about it because it's the last stop. I mean, you go from Rainier Beach or Nathan Hale to Southlake to the street. Bad deal. And it took 3 years for us to get that work going there with a group of men. Primarily men working with boys. It was called Dads was the program we were working with, and then it was called Cubs, because the guy that helped us found it was a guy named Connie Jacobs, legend in Seattle, and it was Connie's Urban Brothers is what he called it, a great leader. Key to that work, and it's funny because I'm working on it now with Asian business leaders on the east side of King County. We're bringing together business owners, talk about what is it like to be. I'm Norwegian. I don't understand. I'm not going to understand, and so I just spend time. I wish there was a shortcut to culture and community differences. I don't think there is. It's time. You gotta earn the right to be heard. You gotta sit and listen. This has been my own story as well. My daughter married a man who's half black, and I have a grandson now who will present as black. That's a concern. I want to know what that's like. I listen to my son-in-law, and he challenges me all the time. He challenged me 2 days ago on Juneteenth. It will take time. And the other thing I'll say, it probably will take making some mistakes. But if you have a relationship, you should have equity, relational equity. Try again and believe in each other. The guys at DADS, the organization that I worked with in Seattle, Cubs, this mentoring. We go out. We would purposefully go out at Orcas and Rainier Avenue South and hug each other on the street when we said goodbye. You know, the importance of relationship. Finally, what does equity mean to me? It's not super complicated for me, but I'm kind of the wrong guy to ask the question because equity is easy for me. 7-year-old, white, above 6 foot. I walk into a room, and I've traveled the world. I've been to East Africa 6 times. I've been in very, very remote places, and there's no place that I have felt ever I didn't have equity or means. Never. I got a blue passport, and they're calling me Mzungu. I may not. So, my red light's on. I love this question. Would love to talk more about it. But I will say, this is a learning space for me. Anybody who's up here and white and saying it's not a learning space,
Thank you very much. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
The simple answer is, this is not an operational board. That's not my job. But I wouldn't want to be so quick with a parent to just then tick them off, and we've got. I want to talk to them, understand what's going on, what are you seeing? Help me see it. Help me see what you're seeing. But I would make it clear to them, this is, I do not have this authority. My understanding is this is a policy board. I want to understand, I want to help with policy, but I'm in nowhere in the realm of removing a book. I like to be a leader that leads by principle. Challenge for me, if you ask my strengths, you haven't asked my weaknesses would be not following the principle, but to listen and follow the relational matters. The principle is very simple to me. I can say that parent. But that's a short-sighted answer. Doesn't value a parent. Really is probably caring a lot about some reason they feel like this. I don't have to give more of an answer to that. I don't have to feel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So halfway done about. Evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Well, right now I have one employee, so it's pretty awesome to do evaluations, just me and Devin. I work in a very volunteer-laden organization. I have about 60 proven, experienced, seasoned business leaders that work with me that I have to evaluate, but they are the hardest people to evaluate because I have no say. I can't I'll tell you what, I'll double your pay. Or I'll tell you, they're getting nothing. So this is not a season for me to do, very hard to do evaluation. I fall back on the former president of Lenox, China, and he was at Parker Brothers before that. He went to World Vision, which is one of the largest global aid and relief agencies. And he said, I had it easier when I was not dealing with volunteers because I'd be more. So I do like that about my evaluation. Now, there was a season of my life where I had over 120 people. And I had very difficult, challenging people that I had to work with as far as them being excellent in their job, and other people that were doing. Good news for me in evaluations and personnel. I know the person, and I want them to know that I have the best for them. I want their best. And I have made mistakes in this. There was one. We spent 3 years together trying to get him to be a better performer. If I look back at that, I should have 3 years earlier said, you know what? But I didn't. I spent 3 years helping him improve. It was actually a mistake because he left and thrived someplace else. And I could have given him 3 more years of thriving, and instead, I made it painful for he and I to try to fit him a square peg in a round hole. So one of the things I've learned is have the best vision for people. Yeah, and then also push on it. I'm not one to let things just go by. If I see something, I'm going to say something, or at least try to approach it. I also believe you go first to the person, talk to them directly, privately, safely. If that doesn't go anywhere, go to the chair. If that doesn't go anywhere, go elsewhere. Again, the principles of it, and I've followed those for a long time. And the proof for me is in that I've only fired one person in my whole career, and it was a firing in which my next call was to the police. Actually, I found out I made a mistake because for those seconds you're in. bad advice from an attorney on that. That's the only person I've ever fired. Now, have I let a lot of people out the door into greater things? Absolutely. And here's the beautiful thing. They're some of my best friends. It's like, I talked you out of a job, and we're still great friends. All that to say, from a board position, it's a little different. That's all been operational, direct supervision. Board piece, I don't have a lot of experience. I don't have a lot of experience in boards evaluating people other than board. I think the principles of what I talked about.
So one of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions that touch the lives of everybody in our district. So how do you make decisions currently as an individual, and how do you make them as a member of a team?
Yeah, this is great. We, Leaders, which is the organization I lead now, we have an amazing, a lot of time on decisions together. But when it comes down to the end, they're a policy advisory board. They're helping me, but in the end, it comes down. Best. So there's a couple things I do. I think I'm a little wonky in this, but this is just the truth. I spend a day away once a month. That is it's not a work day, but it's also not like a work day. Go away, might be a Starbucks, might be a cabin somewhere. Spending some time thinking, writing down. That thing gives me a baseline for the month to operate. And on a daily basis, I spend time each morning journaling, thinking, taking time, processing, and that also sets a baseline for me. My son is getting married on Friday, Everett High graduate, and I've been really excited to talk to him and his future wife about this, to say, just get a good baseline and live life. Don't get all, and I do feel like if you get a good baseline for yourself, you operate from principles. My wife and I have a small residential investment company in Edmonds, and we've never bought a property that we've kind of got hung up on. As a member of a team, I've operated a number of teams, and it's always been based on if I'm looking at something on a strategic plan. I have, in the nonprofit space and in many organizations, you can see many strategic plans written and never carried out. It happens all the time. I've done a lot of consulting on this. I love carrying out a strategic plan. That's how you make decisions, is you point back to the strategic plan. I love that you all have a strategic plan through 20. You don't have to wonder about a lot of things. You just look back, does this fit with the strategic plan? Does this fit with our core values? Does this fit with our priorities? And that helps out a lot. The other thing I'd say is about a team, because I have time, is I just love hearing other people's opinions. I'm a fervent note taker. I carry this everywhere. I'm known for my note, writing down what people are saying and then processing and listening to them. And one of the things that excites me about this opportunity is being a member of a team. I love being on a team.
Okay, I'm up next. Regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes, I would not be interviewing if rather than interviewing. I think it's bad for them a little bit. I think they're probably hoping I don't get the job because they like what I'm doing and they know that I put a lot of heart into what I do and I make it a priority and they're concerned about getting stretched too. I don't think that's the case. I've felt the call for quite a while, the need, if you will, to get involved in the local community. So, very easy answer for me is my schedule. Allow you to attend the meetings. Absolutely is. I was flexible enough. And will I make them a priority? it's not a question. I will say this. Last night, we had an event with 160 business leaders at the Club of Newcastle in Bellevue, and about 9 out of 12 board members there. This is I'm giving the date for next year at the event. So there's 3 board members. I'm going to just kind of call them. We missed you. I'm not going to say where were you or what did you do. I'm just saying we missed you. You should, you know. And 2 of those, one woman, one man, already told me what they told me. One guy I got to call and kind of push a little. But yeah, easy answer.
I have the next question. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibility. And explain why or why not.
Well, so there's 2 parts to board development. I'll answer both. I think you're getting to the second one. First one is board development. I love that this board thinks about how it's developing as an organism. A narrative of this question. That you come from elected positions, but you've all come from different places, and it's worked out. And I'm hoping there's different gift sets. My sense is there is. And with just this morning, I had a conversation with a Snohomish County business owner that we're trying to get on our board, and he said, you know, this is literally what he said. I'm not a humble guy, but I don't know what I have to offer you. And he's not a humble guy. But that's why we want him on the board. He's got a little bit of up, and we got a lot of men and women on our board that they're pretty okay. He mixes things up. And so as I think about our board, we think about geography, we think about gift set mix, we think about sector of business, and we think about stage of life. As far as my own personal beliefs, I'm a lifelong learner. I always have been. The only reason I haven't gotten another degree is because I feel like I don't need to spend. Even with board training, the Murdoch, our board was just invited to the Murdoch Trust, which is a $2 billion charitable trust in Vancouver, Washington, to go down to send our board to that for 3 meetings next year. I think the program director that invited us, I haven't asked her this yet, but I bet she'll say we were the first ones to respond, because I've been waiting. I've been saying, she's invited us before, and I've been, and this will tell you a little bit about me since I've got the time. Invited us before, like November, for meetings in March, and I said, no, as much as I believe in board development, I can't go to the board and say, hey, I want you all with all your busy schedules to turn around in 4 months. So I said to her, I just need more lead time. If you can help me out with that. I got the email this year in June, and bam, I was on it. Because I believe in, and we need to grow as a team. There's not only the benefit of the knowledge together, we do a retreat every year, and I'm like, we can do whatever. The key is for us. You'll see that I fall on relationships a lot.
Thank you very much. Director Mitchell.
Thank you. Okay, so I have the last question of this section. The board holds the superintendent accountable for to develop a budget draft. Excuse me, you'd think the 5th time I could do this. The board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
I serve on the fiscal advisory team for the school district. Processing your budgets now, but I would say I'm a communications major from Washington State. My last economics class was, so all that to say though, when I was supervising 100 people in that process, we had 60 budget line items in there. We had 60 organisms within the organization, if you will. I had to get very good at managing very broad, diverse budgets all the way from Grays Harbor to Plain, Western Washington. There were 60 budgets in there, very complicated and diverse in nature. So I got really good at it at that time. It was an $8 million budget, so not giant, but a good sized budget. And I had to deal in small things and big things, as well as helping people see blind spots in their budget and where they might be able to get more out of it. This is something I've done on a consulting basis quite a bit with specific. A little bit in my current organization with large organizations, but most of the organizations I'm working with are $30 million up to $50 million organizations. They aren't. Their budgets are very complicated. This is a place for me. That's comfort level, very comfortable. Educated knowledge, it's all been learned on the streets, if you will. It has been a challenging.
Thank you very much. That concludes part one. Part two will be any question that you may have for the board. We've allocated 10 minutes for this particular session, and Director Nichols will lead off on this session.
So is there anything that we may have not asked about, or things that you think are important for us to know that wasn't covered either by our questions or in your written responses that you'd like to add now before you ask us your questions?
Yeah, just statements. I think that I can come off very self-assured, very large organization. That's not who I am. That is, I'm a team. To use a sports analogy, and I apologize, sports analogies don't always work. I've been a cornerback. I played pro football in Snohomish County as a cornerback. And a cornerback is on an island in many ways. And they have to be able to think, they got to have their head on their swivel. And I'm not slow at making decisions, and cornerbacks can't be slow. You get slow. But you only win if you're part of a team. So you got to use your gifting. You can't shy away from it and go, well, I'm not going to make it. I want to know that the safety's there and the safety knows my gifting. I want to know the linebackers are there, they know my gifting. All working together. That's key. So I think that's just something I've learned about myself over time. Like I've said, I'm a lifelong learner. I like learning. One of the reasons I look forward to being on this board. I respect you all as much as I know you, and I respect you for your position and your work. And I want to learn from you, and I want to get better. Right? That'll be the only thing I think. My own personal story, I come from a very hard upbringing at Edmonds. Edmonds was a different community back then. And I just 7 years old, and then sober. I have a really big heart for kids that don't have the support. Anything we could do to help those kids. The only net that's going to catch them these days, public schools. The hardest thing about public schools being closed is all those kids that had to have somebody love them and care for them, let alone educate them. Just a place to smile. My wife is a paraeducator, full disclosure. I love it when we're walking down the streets and a kid comes up. Love her. And I'm like, do you work with her? And she can't tell me much. She goes, no, I don't really even know them. But because presence in their life. So I absolutely love it. And there's a lot of school districts, some school districts in our region might not have that much of a need. We have that. That need is great here. And it's even great, I might take I think it's, I don't want to say it's just I'll use a school district, a school outside our school district. It's just as great at Kamiak as it is anywhere else. I'm using school. Graduation party where kids were shot. We're the adults there to catch these kids that might have had time on had money on their side and still wandered away. So I just have a huge heart. By the way, every adolescent is a work in progress. Next superintendent of Everett Public Schools is walking in our hallways right now. And I really hope there's teachers in the schools like Mr. Cook for me, and Mr. Esther for me, and Mrs. McCracken for me, and Mr. Manning grabbed me, or Dr. Bill Borger, the principal at Beverly Elementary, who lifted me out of a chair and set me straight. Now, I was a different day back in the 70s in Snohomish County, but Dr. Bill Borger cared enough for me to not let me go doing what I was doing. In fact, I saw him a few years ago at Costco. And Dr. Bill Borger is an older man now. Secretary, in fact, just passed away, Mrs. And he goes, when I swatted you on the hiney, I'm a grown man. He starts swatting me right there in the Costco. And I was like, he's still speaking into my life. He wrote me notes through life about college graduation and student of the month and playing sports. That tells you a little bit about me. As far as, so then the next is questions I have for the board. Only that you make your decision today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, what is the timeline today? Should I remain here? Do I go home?
There are several things you can do. After we leave from this meeting, we'll be going into deliberations for about a couple of hours. And then we will come back into public meeting, or open meeting, I guess you could say, and then announce or vote on the candidate that we feel best would fit as a school board member. At the conclusion of that vote, we will adjourn, but I will notify the members as to who was selected and who was voted in. So you can watch on Zoom, because we'll be still on Zoom, or you can wait for a phone call.
I'm not out of order, so I'll ask this in the form of a question. Thank you for all you're doing for the Everett Public Schools. A gift, and I don't want that to be missed. I want to make sure I take this opportunity. We're all helping make it better.
Thank
Yes.
you.
See, I made it a phone.
Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for your application for the board. We appreciate that very, very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to section 5.0, which is our public comment section. Have we received any cards for public comments during this particular session? We'll now move to section 6.0, which is our executive session. At this time, I would like to recess the special meeting for 5 minutes to be reconvened in the Silver Lake Room for an executive session. We will use that time to discuss qualification of the candidates for School Board Director Position 2. The anticipated length of the executive session will be 30 minutes, but the board will come back and extend the meeting if necessary for each 30 minutes that we feel necessary to conclude our deliberations. The board is expected to take action following the executive session. So we will now recess for 5 minutes to reconvene.
Is it okay to take our computers with us?
At this time, we will conclude the executive session and reconvene the special meeting. The next item of business is 7.01, which is selection and appointment of successful candidate. I would like to ask the secretary to poll the board to vote for a candidate to be appointed to the unexpired term of Board of Director, Position 2.
President Lesane,
Candidate Jen Herman.
Vice President Mitchell,
Jen Herman.
Director Nichols,
Jen Herman?
Director Mason,
Jen Herman.
We have now selected a candidate for position number 2 by unanimous vote, Ms. Jen Herman. The next item on our agenda is section 8.0, which is adjournment. This concludes the business scheduled to come before the Board of Directors during this special meeting. This meeting is adjourned.